Hey, good morning, good evening, good afternoon to you guys in the flight sim world, and we are back with another Microsoft Flight Simulation stream. And today we are here in the mighty Douglas DC-3 as we do another leg of our world tour. And today we're back here at Goose Bay in Newfoundland, Labrador, and today we're gonna finally start on our crossing the Atlantic Ocean finally. Now, we're going to be doing 3 more legs of the journey as we cross our way back to Europe. The legs will be consistent of going from Newfoundland to Narsarsuaq in Greenland, then to Reykjavik, Iceland, and finally to Wick, located in the northern half of the UK and Scotland. So today we're going to be doing the first of the legs, leg 55, all the way to Greenland. So this should be about a 675 nautical mile journey. So I hope everyone's doing well here today. It's just a straight line. Good to see you, Copar. We also say hello to Devil Dude and Super Typhon. Good to see you. I think most likely we're going to hub in the Eastern US as we already had 3 European hubs. So we're going to be going over leg 55 of our journey. Here's the notes for the leg. And hello there, Captain Erling. Good to see you, Erling. I hope you're doing well. So, leg 55 of our trip is Goose Bay to Narsarsuaq. The crew asked everyone for an early wake-up call as they could leave Goose Bay. There was very little wind in the morning and they were flying out of clouds. Just as with the North Atlantic Pacific crossing, the main concern was icing. However, they were able to fly up to 5,000 feet with no issues, and it was a 5-hour flight over the water, so it was a pretty smooth flight. Now, Narsarsuaq is located in the center end of Greenland and a fjord and small airport used by pilots ferrying across the Atlantic. However, the weather changed rapidly, so planning had to be very careful, and there was still good visibility throughout the weather. And after they made their way to Narsarsuaq, they went to the airport terminal and talked with friends and all that, and they also visited a tourist with boat trip to the fjords of Greenland. So that is basically the what the crew did. So let's go ahead and get our DC-3 started. Let's go ahead and get this plane ready to get going. Lights. Goes. Looks like the mixtures are put ahead in the propeller. So that's already been taken care of us for us. Pumps. Engines. We've already got them full, so they're already set to get going. So, of course, our cruising altitude today will be 5,000 feet. Will be our main heading. Battery on. Ground power off. So yeah, everything should look pretty good. And we're gonna cross our way up to there. So we're gonna cross at our ignition height is gonna be 60 degrees. Yeah, they actually changed this since the update. So we're gonna go take off from one way 08. So we're gonna just go ahead and take off from 08. So I hope everyone's doing well. We're back with our DC-3. You guys are more than welcome to come on in. We're flying the DC-3, so take any plane that can Be a Douglas DC-3. So let's go ahead and get this thing flying. Yeah, they changed the Sperry on this thing. This is taking some getting used to having to fly this thing back. Yeah, this thing's changed a bit. Yes, we're gonna be prepared for water. Oh, this is completely different than I remember this being, so this is gonna take me some getting used to. They update the DC-3 manual now because the sparing headings. This is weird now. Hey, good to see Ian Fisher. Let me get a shout out for you. So here's a shout out to Ian Fisher's channel. I hope you're all doing well. Just checking the controls. See. So, just trying to get everything working. Yeah, this DC-3 is taking some getting used to the gyro pilot. It's not going exactly the heading I want this thing to be. I know they changed it in the update. For Sim Update 13, they changed it. So. This Douglas DC-3, they changed it. So they changed the cockpits. So we're just climbing up to 5,000 feet, but yeah, this thing's not good. Well, I think I know what I can do. Oh yeah, something's weird with this autopilot. It apparently they changed it since the last time I've flown this thing. This is obviously new for me at least. Does that mean I now have to hand fly this thing? Yes. So we're just gonna climb up to 4,000, climb to 5,000 feet. We're just making our way there. So I hope everyone's doing well this weekend. I hope the weekend's going well for you guys. So we're just getting ready to get going. So we're gonna get ready to talk about Greenland first, but we need to get. Hey, good to see you, Melvin Leroy. Good to see you, Melvin. I hope you're doing well. Let me give him a shout out to Melvin Leroy, a fellow flight sim content creator. I'm trying to get this jar pilot thing to work better because for some reason the jar pilot on this is not working the way it is normally. They must have changed it during the sim updates. It's kind of hard getting this jar pilot thing working. It's not going where I wanted it used to go. Trying to get this jar Nagata pilot thing. Oh, Narsarsuaq. Narsarsuaq. That's the abbreviation. But good to see you, Sleazy does again. Good to see you as well. Um, Here's a shout to his channel. Appreciate like the shirt choice. Yeah, Louisville's playing Notre Dame next week. Yeah, the Cardinals just won Friday. It was a close one, but Louisville won, which is a pretty nice win on the road at NC State. Let's see who's playing along with us. So yeah, I haven't been doing a lot of talking. Well, basically, I just been doing a lot more of that research stuff for the Slugger Museum the last couple of days. So I've been doing that. So that's why I haven't been doing tons of flying. Yeah, I have a hard time just trying to get this DC-3 gyro power to work. And I didn't want to use the retrofit version, even though it was technically, I could have just plugged it in and just did that, but it pointless. Yeah, I hope everyone's doing well. We're gonna be heading to Greenland today. ETA of our flight, assuming we're gonna be around Greenland. It should be about a 3 hour flight. It should be about a 4 hour flight, just about 4 hours. So we got a lot about Greenland to cover. We'll be talking more about Greenland once we get into the ocean. Um, Hold on one second. Um, Whoops, sorry about that. Well, that was a big old spider just crawled in there. So, whoops. I fear no spider. Yeah. But yeah, my mom is scared of them. That's why I did that. My mom is kind of scared of spiders, so. Yeah, a bit of sports news going up. For the MLB playoffs, it's finally been set for the MLB postseason has finally been established. In terms of sports news, the Orioles finished with the best record in the American League, and they now won the AL East with one of the best records in baseball. They've had the second best record. So congratulations to the Orioles, man. I mean, they had an amazing season. But I mean, people thought the Orioles could potentially bounce back, and they proved they very well could. So Baltimore is in the playoffs once again for the first time in several years. So the Orioles made the playoffs. The Rays made the playoffs with 98 wins, which is actually the third best which is the fourth best record in the league. And then the Blue Jays take the second wild card spot. Is the Blue Jays? They won 89. So the Yankees and Red Sox, two of the highest payroll teams, are out of the playoffs. Then in the AL Central, only the Twins are the only American League Central team to make the playoffs this year. Is the Minnesota Twins, and they're the only ones to finish above 500 that year. So it wasn't too surprising. See that happen. And finally, the American West, it's still a dogfight between the Rangers and Astros to take the AL West, but either way, they're both in the playoffs, so that makes sense. And then finally, for the National League, the Braves have the best record in the National League and the best record in baseball with 104 wins, and they're now in the playoffs, overwhelmingly clinched the East, with the Phillies and Marlins taking two of the three wildcard spots. Marlins made only their fourth ever postseason appearance. Yes, they've only made the postseason 4 times. Half of those is they won the World Series as wild cards, and they yet to even have a division title. The last year's NL champs have made their way back. I mean, anything could still happen with them, of course. And then the NL Central, the only team to clinch a playoff spot would be the Brewers. The Brewers are clinched the playoff spot and a division title with 91 wins. And finally, the NL West, the Dodgers take home the Western title, and the Diamondbacks clinched the last wildcard spot last night. So that is our postseason has been set finally. But yeah, anything can happen, personally. So this should definitely be very interesting. And then who do I think should win the MVP this season? For me, my pick for MVP this year is definitively Ronald Acuna. I mean, Shohei Ohtani's had a great season. Like, Shohei should definitely won the AL MVP. Should definitely be Ohtani. No question, Ohtani had an amazing season. 304 batting average, 44 homers, 95 RBIs, and 20 stolen bases. I mean, this is his best year ever. Not even a torn ligament could deny him his second in AL MVP in 3 years. I mean, he's been more than deserving of it. In the National League, it's without question Ron Acuna. He might have one of the best offensive years in just recent memory. I mean, his numbers are just kind of unprecedented. I mean, 336 batting average is insane. 41 home runs and 105 RBIs and 70 stolen bases. He's the first player ever to go 40-70 in a season, which is what 40 home runs, 7 stolen bases. Like that is an absolutely insane stat line. He's had one of the best offensive seasons ever. It is the most lopsided thing I've ever seen for MVP. I mean, he's just... And that's scary considering the other MVPs is Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, and Matt Olson, who are also had great seasons as well. I mean, Matt Olson's had the best season of his career with over 54 homers, 137 RBI, but yet Acuna's had an even more insane season with 70 stolen bases. Pretty crazy, all things. Just an insane season from him all around. AL Cy Young, most people are going to say Garrett Cole, 263, 222 strikeouts. I mean, Cole has been... He's going to finally get his... He could potentially get his first Cy Young award by being a really great pitcher. In the National League, I mean, Blake Snell has had an absolute insane season. 2.25 ERA, 234 strikeouts. Get this, in his last 23 starts, he has pitched to a 1.2 ERA earned run average and 186 strikeouts in just 135 innings, which is insane. Insane season. Gunnar Henderson should be Rookie of the Year. He's had a great season. No wonder the Orioles have the best record in the American League. He had a great season, so not really that surprising. He beats out both Tanner Tibby of the Guardians, Tristan Castis, but yeah. And then NL Rookie of the Year is Corbin Carroll. He's, without question, been the best rookie of the season. Brandon Hyde is Manager of the Year, leading Orioles to the best record in the American League. And NL Manager is Craig Counsell of the Brewers. He might be the manager. Yeah, that's probably what many people picked for baseball this season. I mean, the Phillies would definitely be a great team. I mean, then again, people never expected the Phillies to win the National League last season, so... I mean, the Orioles would be pretty cool too, but I'm a Rays fan, so I want the Rays to win. I mean, the Rays have got a legitimate shot at the World Series. I mean, they did have the 4th best record in baseball this season. So, I mean, anything can happen, and the Rays have already been to a World Series in 2020. I get it, 2020 was COVID, but I mean... What I'm trying to say is that don't sleep on any team. Okay. Yeah, we can get a little bit started on Greenland for a bit. Let's go ahead and get a little bit started on Greenland, actually. The main topic for today's stream is Greenland. Greenland is actually one of the autonomous territories of the Kingdom of Denmark. It's the main North American territory of the Kingdom of Denmark. It's not only the largest country within the Kingdom of the Denmark, it is also the largest island in the world. The capital and largest city is Nuuk, and it's the northernmost area in the world, with Klaffenboven Island, which is the northernmost undisputed point of land. And even though it's part of North America, politically and culturally, it's actually part of Europe, mainly with Norway and Denmark, for more than a millennia, since 1986. But Greenland's been inhabited by various peoples since over the last 4,500 years. And the Norsemen settled the uninhabited southern part beginning in the 10th century. After they settled Iceland, then the Inuit came in the 13th century, and it's under continuous influence of both Norway and Norwegians. It became part of Norway until it became part of Denmark in 1814. But Greenland definitely has an interesting history as well. Greenland is the least densely populated region in the world, with a population of around 56,000 people, and its population density is 0.028 people per square kilometer, or 0.1 people per square mile, which is pretty small. So Greenland definitely is very small. It's also covered in permanent ice sheet. Much of it is covered in permanent ice sheet as well. So yeah, we're about to finally cross our way through the Atlantic right now. So we're about to finally start our crossing as we say goodbye to Canada and say hello to the Atlantic Ocean, to the North Atlantic. So during the history of Greenland's got a long history, by the way. But in prehistoric times, Greenland was home to several successive Paleo-Inuit cultures. The earliest entry into those had been around 2500 BCE. From around 2500 BC to 800 BC, southern and western Greenland was inhabited by the Saakak culture. Most of the remains have been around Disco Bay, including the site of which the culture is named from. Then also from 2400 BC to 1300 BC, the Independence One culture existed in northern Greenland. It's part of the Arctic small tool tradition, and towns including Delta Terrasment appeared around past. But then, around about 800 BC, the Saakak culture disappeared, and the early Dorset culture emerged in western Greenland and the Independence II culture in northern Greenland. And the Dorset was the first culture to extend throughout the coastal areas of Greenland in the west and east, and it lasted until the Thule culture in the 1500 AD. The Dorset mainly hunted whales and reindeer, part of their daily life. So how did the Europeans exactly get to Greenland? Well, the Norse, actually. The Norwegians and Icelanders settled there from 986 through continued of 14 votes by Eric the Red, and there were 3 settlements formed: the Eastern Settlement, the Western Settlement, and the Middle. On fjords near the southwestern tip of the island, they shared the island with the late Dorset cultural inhabitants who occupied the northern and western parts of Greenland. Norse Greenlanders were subject to Norwegian rule in 1261 under the Kingdom of Norway, and then the Kingdom of Norway itself entered a personal union with Denmark in 1380, and from 1397 was a part of the Kalmar Union. The Norse settlements thrived for centuries before disappeared in the 15th century, perhaps on the onset of the Little Ice Age. So, as a result, the demise of the Western settlement coincides with decreased temperature in summer and winter temperatures. So eventually, after the 15th century, it took a bit of a while. But it wasn't until the 16th century, which King Christian IV of Denmark, Norway sent a series of expeditions to Greenland and Arctic waters to locate the lost Eastern North settlement and establish Danish-Norwegian sovereignty. They were mainly unsuccessful due to leaders who lacked experience with the difficult Arctic ice and weather conditions. But eventually, after the Norse settlements died off, Greenland came under de facto control of various Inuit groups, but the Dano-Norwegian government never forgot relinquished the claims. And eventually, throughout the 17th century, they reestablished their control over the island. And then after the kingdoms of Denmark and Norway dissolved, the Treaty of Kiel severed Norway's former colonies and handed them over to the Danish monarch, so it still remained part of Denmark as a result. Now, Greenland connection to Denmark was kind of severed on April 9th, 1940, when Denmark was occupied by Nazi Germany. So the Americans occupied Greenland to defend it against a possible German invasion, and the U.S. continued to occupy it until 1945. Greenland was able to buy goods from the U.S. and Canada by selling cryolite. And they also built several air bases, including Bluey West 1 at Narsarsuaq, which was built at the airport we're going to be visiting, and Bluey West 8, which was Sonderstorm Air Base. And both are still used as major international airports. During the war, it also changed the Greenlandish government. As a result, they changed a lot of the laws. Then, starting in the 1950s, after World War II, in the Danish Constitution in 1953, Greenland's colonial status ended as the island is incorporated to the Danish realm as an amt. As a consequence of political complications, Denmark began to seek a different status for Greenland, resulting in the Home Rule Act of 1979. This gave Greenland limited autonomy with its own legislature taking control of internal policies. And then Greenland voters also did more autonomy starting in 2008. And then Greenland itself gained some stealth rule provisions in June 21st, 2009. Denmark still contains control of the foreign affairs and defense matters, but Greenland, however, can control its own judicial affairs, policing, and natural resources. So yeah, that's just a bit about history of Greenland, the island itself. So the island's got a bit of an interesting history, not many would truly know. Yeah, and look at this. We're already now in the Atlantic Ocean. So I hope everyone's enjoying this. So we're just about 531 nautical miles away. So for the stream update, so for the stream content for the next week, so next week we're going to be back. I'll be giving out the schedule for on Monday. I'll be getting out the stream schedule for then. So for Monday's stream, we'll be doing on Wednesday. We'll be back with the ATR. We'll fly from Deer Lake over to Gander, and then from Gander over to St. John's in Newfoundland. So we'll be doing two flights across Newfoundland on Wednesday's stream. On Friday, we'll probably be back in a GA airplane. We're going to probably be in a Cessna 172 as we do some flying around Arizona for a bit. We'll be flying from we'll be checking out actually from there as well. We'll be checking out we're going to check out the Canyonlands National Park. So we'll go through Glen Canyon and go all the way to White Canyon before ending up to Canyonlands National Park. And that'll be for Friday's stream, and then finally on Sunday we'll be back with another DC-3 trip. We'll be back in Narsarsuaq and make our another crossing over to Iceland. Make our way to Reykjavik. I hope everyone's doing well. We're getting closer to our way over to Narsarsuaq Airport, so we're just doing pretty well. We're just about 516 nautical miles away. So in terms of other news I do want to talk about, for MSFS, I hope you guys are enjoying the new sim update. I know some people have had some major issues with the installation of the sim. I know some people have had issues with installation and all that. So, but yeah, they added some new stuff with it. Mainly, they added some stuff with the GXI. They changed some of the. They made some improvements to the 787 and 74. They now added some new stuff. Hey, good to see you, Steak Salad. I hope I'm doing quite well. We're crossing the Atlantic at long last. We're finally going to cross our way to the Atlantic. Once we cross back from the Atlantic, the rest isn't too bad, because then we have to go down from Wick to Duxford before heading to Biggin Hill, which should not be bad at all. Which shouldn't be bad at all. And then from Biggin Hill, London, we'll make our way to Paris before making our way over from Paris to Frankfurt. And finally, Frankfurt to Vienna, which shouldn't take too much. Then Vienna across the mountains all the way to Milan. And finally, Milan back to Geneva. So we don't have much going. The Atlantic would still be some of the more difficult parts, but we'll get through it. But yeah, the flight's going pretty well. So, everything's going pretty good. So yeah, the flight's going well, the steak salad. So if you guys want to join along, I have my Discord here as well. I got my Discord set up for you guys. So we get going in. Yeah, we got some pretty cool VIPs here too. If you guys are liking the channel and want to follow along, smash that follow button. We do have flights here. So if you want to take a plane, you could obviously take a DC-3 with you. So feel free to take along. Yeah. So we're now just 491 nautical miles. So we can just get here in just about under 3 hours left to go for this flight. But yeah, can't believe we're already now crossing the Atlantic on this journey. So this is pretty awesome though. Get to finally cross our way to the Atlantic Ocean. Very, very excited to do some Atlantic flying in the Atlantic. Oh, I'm doing 180. Yeah, I'm maybe going a little fast. I mean, I am putting this on super extra lean, so I am doing 180 knots. So yeah, this is a bit faster than I usually do it, but I mean, so we're doing quite well for us here. So Now, the Douglas DC-3, a very well-known plane, a lot of people didn't know, but when the DC-3 was, one of the fun facts about the DC-3 itself was it was the first airplane to actually do non-stop air service between New York and Chicago. Previously, for a lot of the airliners, they mainly do, they mainly, when they go to New York and Chicago, previously they had to stop somewhere like in Pennsylvania, then stop somewhere like Cleveland or Columbus, and then make their way to Chicago. Now aviation pilots could just go New York to Chicago. Take about 4 hours, but back in the old days, that was a massive game changer. If you ask me. So we're doing quite well. So yeah, we're doing quite well. Making our way across. Let's check our situation. Pretty good. Just 50% on the mains. 50% of the main tanks is pretty good. We're about 59%. So let's talk a little bit more about Greenland, shall we? So let's talk about tourism in Greenland. So in recent years, Greenland's actually been growing quite a bit as a tourist destination, especially during the 2010s, where visitors increased from 77,000 a year to 105,000. Though it's still a relatively young business area, it has one of great potential, mainly with tips and tours, as well as the cruise industry as well has increased the number of routes to Greenland since the turn of the 20th century. It has spectacular scenery and few historic sites. The everyday life and local culture of Greenland is one of the main experiences people like to visit. And the main tourist attractions include sailing tours of icebergs, dot sledding tours, ice cap treks, and wildlife spotting, as well as iceberg watching and hiking trips to the Norse ruins. And there's quite a few points of interest there, including Ilulissat Ice Fjord, which is the fjord that's declared UNESCO World Heritage Site, the Greenland National Museum, the Narsarsuaq Museum displays of Vikings, and more. But yeah, Greenland is definitely it's pretty much a rising thing of tourism for the country. There are definitely cruises to Greenland and Canada. I did look at Princess, for example. They do cruises into Greenland. Um, they did the days are a lot longer because they're 18-day for 25, and they visit Nanortorlik, Kakortok, Paimut, and Nuuk. And Nuuk, Greenland are all the places they're visiting on from Greenland on their trips. You get to visit the brand new areas in Greenland. And they're all towns right on the coast. But they'll all be really nice they would all be really beautiful places to visit. Like I said, Greenland in the sim, it isn't doing it justice. Greenland in real life is absolutely a very stunning place to visit. Definitely a bucket list place to visit is Greenland. Then we look at the geography of Iceland. So, geographically, Greenland is well known by many to be the world's largest non-continental island and the third largest area in North America after Canada and the U.S. Um, Greenland has a 1.2-kilometer long border with Canada on Hans Island, which previously was disputed, but they actually settled the dispute of Hans Island a bit. In Canada, Greenland also possesses the second largest ice sheet in the world, behind only Antarctica. And Greenland itself sits on top of the Greenland Plate, which is one of the tectonic plates. And some of the rocks found the Cretan of Greenland is among the world's oldest rocks. For example, the Iswa Greenstone Belt have rocks dated back to 3.7 to 3.8 billion years ago. Vegetation is generally kind of sparse, with the only forest patch being near Nanortorlik in the extreme south. It's the only place you can find forest as well. In terms of climate, obviously it's tundra. I mean, you're pretty far north. It's a tundra climate. Especially on and near the coast, and an ice climate in inland. However, due to the Gulf Stream influences, Greenland's winter temperatures are surprisingly very mild. For example, the capital Nuuk, average winter temperatures are only -9 degrees Celsius or 16 degrees Fahrenheit. Compared that to other places around Canada in similar latitudes, be around -27 degrees Celsius or -17 degrees. They're actually above zero in the wintertime. Conversely, the summer temperatures are pretty low, with an average high summer temperatures around 50 degrees Fahrenheit. Too low to sustain trees, and the land is tundra. So it's pretty cold. even in summer, it's kind of cold. I mean, for example, the record high in the capital is around the highest degree per year is 79 degrees Fahrenheit. And then in terms of biodiversity itself, biodiversity wise, Greenland is actually home to two major ecoregions: the Kalaalleq, Nunaat, high Arctic tundra, and low Arctic tundra. There are about 700 species of insects in Greenland, which is actually pretty low compared to other areas around the world. Though the seas around Greenland is very rich in fish and invertebrates, especially in the milder current. Most of the fauna in Greenland is associated with marine-based food, including seabirds, and there's only a few native land animals like the polar bear, reindeer, Arctic fox, Arctic hare, muskox, lemming, and Arctic wolf. The last four are found only in the east. There's also dozens of species of seals and whales along the coast as a result. Now, the flora, there's about 500 species of higher plants in there, and then the most diverse plant species is actually lichens. And of course, some of the vertebrates in the island, including the Greenlandic dog, which was actually brought over by the Inuit, as well as European-induced species like the Greenlandic sheep, cattle, reindeer, horse, chicken, sheep, dogs, and marine mammals like the beluga, blue whale, Greenland whale, which is its own namesake, narwhal, and sperm whale. And birds are very important in this area, like auks, puffins, skuas, kittiwakes, various duck species, and breed migratory birds. All play an important role. Revisit it in 3 days' time. I might revisit it a bit. Yeah, we're doing quite well here today. We're doing quite well. Um, just 440 knots. So just 2.5 hours left to go, guys. Also, Firefighter did do some new NOTAMs, so I'm gonna have to be doing those throughout the month of October. So I might be doing those as soon as I get done with the stream. It's get things done. So yeah, we'll be getting ready for it. So yeah, I wanted to ask you guys. I hope you're doing yours guys well in the chat. If you guys had any really cool plans for the weekend, let me know if you guys had anything really cool you did in the weekend. My parents went to a wedding yesterday. That's what they did. I'm just so maybe I do go back to maybe I do go back and visit some time. Oh yeah, the monthly schedule. Yeah, I miss it. Yeah, the new monthly schedule back in Dublin, so I gotta work on that. Yeah, the Notams just came out, so a bit of stuff to work on. Yeah, that is your plan. Yeah, I gotta work on some of the stuff. I know Butters also has his achievements too. Yeah, the bone set is now updated, and now it's superior towards salty. Really? The Arguably, the base 747 is now superior to a third party. That's not something that happens every day. So yeah. Hey, good to see you, Planet Neutral. Good to see you. Let me get a shout out to Planet Neutral, a great streamer and a great friend of the community. I hope you're all doing well, Planet Neutral. Here's a shout out for him and his channel. So we're making our way over to Narsarsuaq, Greenland. Took off a bit of a while ago, about 2 hours ago, off of Goose Bay. We're about halfway there to Greenland. So, great to have you guys here, as always. So let's go ahead and discuss a little bit more about Greenland. So let's talk about the politics of Greenland. There. The Greenlandic government holds executive power in local government affairs. The head of the government is known as the premier, or in the Greenlandic language is Narsarsuaq. Narsarsuaq, or premier. Yes, it's Greenlandic, and serves the head of the Greenlandic government. The other member of the cabinet is known as the minister, or the Narsarsuaq. Breitling Parliament's called the legislature, or the Inatsisartut. And the Parliament currently has 31 members of the government. In contemporary times, elections are held at municipal, national, or kingdom levels, or Inatsisartut, or Folketing. Greenland is a self-governed entity within the constitutional monarchy of the Kingdom of Denmark, in which the head of state is currently the Queen of Denmark, Queen Margaret II. And she has reigned for over 50 years and is currently the world's only queen regent in the world right now. However, since the introduction of the parliamentary system, the duties of the monarch have been representative and ceremonial. As a result. So. Greenland's economy is highly dependent on fishing. Fishing accounts for more than 90% of the exports from Greenland. Mainly shrimp and fish are by far the largest income earners for the Greenlandic economy. Greenland is also extremely abundant in minerals. Mining ruby deposits began back in 2007, and other mineral prospects are improving. These include iron, uranium, aluminum, nickel, platinum, tungsten, titanium, and copper. However, despite resumption of several hydrocarbon mineral export activities, it'll take several years before they can materialize. Electricity has generally been done by oil and diesel power plants, but currently there's now working on using hydropower. Currently, the economic contraction happened in the 90s, but ever since the 1990s, the economy of Greenland has improved. Oh. So that's a big deal. And transportation in Greenland is kind of interesting as well. It's very unusual, though. Transportation in Greenland is often pretty unusual because there's no railways, no inland waterways, and virtually no roads because of, well, between the ice caps and the fjords surrounding the coast, Greenland's had transportation challenges. Historically, it's always either been in the summertime by boats, or in the wintertime by dog sled. However, the big thing that really opened up Greenland's transportation is the air, actually. The U.S. built quite a lot of bases and airports all around Greenland, and this has been the major part of travel in Greenland. The largest airport in Greenland is Narsarsuaq Airport. In Narsarsuaq is now the largest airport in Greenland and is the only major international hub in the country to handle the big airliners. It's a pretty big airport, but it used to be a big military base back in the 40s. But this airport was a long time used for transatlantic flights through the polar route by Scandinavian Airlines. But now and that airport currently has airports all across Greenland, but also to Copenhagen as well from Denmark. But currently, right now, there are about 18 airstrips, 14 are paid, some are based on U.S. air bases, but most built by the Greenlandic government, and they have their own carrier, Air Greenland. But also, Icelandair flies trips from Reykjavik, as well from Icelandair, and cargo is extremely important to deliver food and stuff. There's also not many roads, obviously. The only major roads, like to the capital and a few others. The other most important way to transport is water. There's quite a few ports around there, like Ilulissat, Kangerlussuaq, Qaqortoq, Nuuk, and Sisimiut, to say the few. As a result, most of them use ferries to transport people and goods through ferries. But most cargo is transported by the air. And many tourists also arrive to Greenland via cruise ship onto the ports. So as a result, Greenland has had some very interesting transportation challenges for sure. So yeah, we're doing very, very well here. So yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying this trip as much as I am. We're not doing too badly at all. In fact, I believe we're just about 2 hours left to go. Yeah, we're just about 2 hours left of our flight. Go ahead and get done. Pilot. Hey. Go check fuel situation. We're not doing too bad. We can change tanks pretty soon. Once it gets around under 20 or something, we'll just change tanks. Yeah, next week's trip, next Sunday will be to CYYR-BGBW. It'll just be a little bit longer from Narsarsuaq. We'll be getting there. It'll be a little bit longer, so we'll just have to climb over the ice sheet and everything. But should be another good flight into Reykjavik. And then afterwards, then the last leg is going to be the shortest of the 3 cross-land trips, but we'll still have to go through much of Iceland before making our way over to Scotland. But after that, that would be the last of the Atlantic trips. The rest of these legs wouldn't be bad, because then it would be a relatively short trip in the DC-3 through Wick. But yeah, I hope everyone's doing well. I know Planet Neutral is gonna be back later today on his later tonight on my time. He's gonna be streaming once again. Um, he's gonna be doing the Murray River, Flight 2 of the Murray. He'll be doing that. Yeah, I'll let you guys know what we're gonna be planning next week. So. So we don't have that much further, guys. So we're about 2 hours left to go. So it's a bit of interesting stuff I wanted to think about. So there's been a couple of ideas I've been thinking about in my head for the next streams and stuff. Ideas. So I was kind of thinking, for 2024, what to do for that year. So I definitely would like to do another around the world trip. Maybe this time, maybe when the 757 comes out, I probably want to do a 757 series, traveling through, circumnavigate the world. So be from my home airport, travel through across many of the areas around the world from there. But that way I can do some around the world trips with that. That would be a pretty fun around the world to do. It's a little bit quicker, but I really want to try that. Yeah, everything's been pretty quiet here. There's not really much for me going on. I know today's October 1st. We're finally in October. We're just 30 days away from Halloween. So, definitely pretty exciting. I hope you guys got some candy. So I do want to ask. I know Merce. Oh yeah, the 27th. Well, here's an issue. I'm not going to be there for the 27th, unfortunately, because well, I'm going to be gone. I'm going to be gone vacation around that time. Typhon. Yeah, Mer's going to do a 12-hour something stream doing Route 66. So I'm gonna unfortunately gonna be missing out on that. I'm gonna be heading out of town. Because I'll be leaving on October 20th, and then my trip goes to the 21st, 22nd, 23rd, 24th, 25th, 26th, 27th, and then back at the 28th. So yeah, I'll be missing the stream, unfortunately. I'll probably tune in, but I won't be flying. Because I got the last cruise of the year uh, to San Juan, Grand Turk. Uh, yeah, it'll be San Juan, Amber Cove, and Grand Turk. Oh, that would be what it is. But yeah, I'll be missing that one. Yeah, should be pretty exciting to visit San Juan. I never got to visit San Juan before in Puerto Rico. It'd be my first time visiting Puerto Rico, but one of the places I want to check out though in San Juan is the Castillo San Felipe. San Felipe de Moro, which was one of the old military citadels back in the day, but you got some beautiful uh, but it's a UNESCO World Heritage Site and a place I really want to check out. There's also Castillo San Cristobal, which was the largest fortification. It would be that and San Cristobal that I really want to check out because they're both UNESCO World Heritage Sites and they're both really very impressive places to visit. Like I said, I've been through many military fortifications during my adventure days. I got to visit Fort Sumner in South Carolina, which is pretty cool. During my time in Gulf Shores, we visited Fort Morgan in Alabama. Of course, during my time in Nassau, I got to visit two of them in Nassau. I got to visit Fort Montague, and not just Fort Montague, but also got to visit Fort Thincase in Nassau. But yeah, but Puerto Rico is definitely where I want to go visit some of the old forts in Old San Juan. There's San Felipe del Moro. But yeah, we're mainly going to visit Old San Juan, which would be really, really cool. But yeah, I may do a foot in San Juan. I really want to show you guys that. So, so now the big major thing I do want to talk for just a second is probably about Greenland itself. So just want to talk about some of the language here in Greenland. This is the Greenlandic language. So this is actually an Eskimo-Aleut language with 57,000 speakers, mainly in Greenland. It's the closest related to the Inuit languages in Canada. And it's actually the most widely spoken Eskimo-Aleut language, and it's currently the sole official language of Greenland. This polysynthetic language allows the creation of long words by stringing together roots and suffixes. And it has a unique intransitive verb and object. It's basically ergative, which means both the argument of an intransitive verb and object of an object of a transitive verb one way. And nouns are inflected one cases of 8 cases, and for possession, verbs are in fact inflected one of 8 moods for the number and person of its subject and objects. And both nouns and words have complex derivational morphology. Greenlandic is also notable for its lack of grammatical tense. Temporal relations are expressed normally by context. And when adopting new kinds of technologies, Greenlandic usually constructs new words made from Greenlandic roots, but modern Greenlandic has also taken many loans from Danish and English. The language is mainly Latin script, but since the Danish colonization began in the 1700s. As a result, thanks to orthographic reforms in the 70s, the script is much easier to learn, and it's among the highest literacy rates in the world, is in Greenland. So, definitely pretty well known for that. Okay, 29%. So here's some Greenlandic words and phrases to learn. So hello, in a general greeting, informally, it's known as alu, 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 hello. But in a formal term, there's actually 2 words for this. It's either enu gojok, or kuta, kuta, in the formal word, formal. So informal, alu. Formal, you can either say enu gojok, or kuta is hello. Then we have good morning, which is the morning greeting. There's 2 words for this. Iter luart, and the other one being kumon. Kumon. Basically sounds like good morning. Good morning. As a result. Then we have good evening. It is inugujak. Inugujak. That is inugujak. Inugujak. So that is Greenlandic for good evening. Then we have goodbye, the parting phases. So there's multiple different ones. So see you is takus. 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 See you. To see you later. A farewell is Ajung Ginanara. Ajung Ginanara. Ajung Giara. Ajung Giara. It's hard. Greenlandic is nice. Then say to someone you won't see again is Inua in Ulu Arna. Inuarina. Inuarina. And finally, the last one is Ajun Gikna. Ajun Gikhina. Ajun Gikhina. Like I said, it's not easy to pronounce. I do apologize. Excuse me is, there's 3 words. I believe it's Utokatsisu Higa. Utokatsisu Higa. Utokatsisu Higa. Then there's Patsit, Pasit, and finally Utakat Serpunga. Then we have Thank You, which is Kujan. Then there's Kujanak, and finally Kujan Narsarsuaq. Kujan Narsarsuaq. Kujanak-Suaq. And finally, congratulations in singular is Pilurit, and Pilurit C. So yeah, that is the Greenlandic language. Not easy to learn. That much? But yeah, Greenland was for a long time served in the polar route, so I did some looking up the polar route stuff. So it turns out that there's been multiple aircraft routes through the polar route through the ice caps. So the early years, the first such modern transport route, there's been several attempts at a polar flight. But the Soviets tried to do it first from Moscow to San Francisco because but they attempted to do it, but they failed due to technical issues. And then Levensky did a 19,000 kilometer flight from LA to Moscow in a float plane. And they tried to do it for the Bering Strait on a Vultee V-18 float plane from LA to Moscow. And then another Soviet pilot flew nonstop from Europe to the American Pacific coast from Moscow to Vancouver, Washington. On a Tupolev AN-25 single-engine plane, it took 63 hours. Similarly, another Soviet crew led by Sigmund Levensky as well, he did another transport flight in 1936 as well. He did another one in August from Moscow to Fairbanks. But they were kind of lost. And then finally in 1946, just 10 years later, a modified B-29 flew 15,000 kilometers from Hawaii to Cairo in less than 40 hours. So, but the thing that really grew the polar routes was during the Cold War, especially for the North Pole. As the Arctic was a buffer zone between the USSR and North America, civilian flights from Europe to Asia were prohibited from crossing the Eastern Bloc countries, so they had to fly either through the Middle East or fly through Arctic North America. And many ended up flying over the Arctic regions of North America. For example, Japan Airlines in the 60s did an experimental service between Tokyo and Europe through Siberia, but they did it with Aeroflot, but dropped it just 2 years later. And as a result, because of the rise of the Polar Express stuff, Anchorage became a huge stop for a number of airlines flying the polar route between Europe and Tokyo. And they got airlines like Air France, British Airways, Japan Airlines, KLM, Lufthansa, Sabena, which was at one point was the national airline of Belgium, and then Scandinavian Airlines stopped in Alaska. The only airline that still flies between Europe and Anchorage is Condor still, and the first airline to fly nonstop through the polar route was Finnair back in 1983. However, after the Cold War, a number of direct southern routes opened up through the Black Sea, and as a result, the polar route wasn't nearly as successful. Though that being said, with the rise of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, some decided to go through some of the polar routes as well to Asia. For example, Japan Airlines flew from Tokyo and London through Iceland, Greenland, and Alaska. As well. Some pretty interesting stuff that I looked up. Yeah, pretty cool stuff. Though there has been some attempts to fly over a great circle of Antarctica, though there's hypothetical, there are flights between South Africa, New England, and Australia that would overfly Antarctica, but no airline's ever done any flights around Antarctica. Like, there have been experimental flights, maybe passing near the coastline, but none have ever flown over the continent of Antarctica. The only possible airports that could do this route that would go over through Antarctica would be between Buenos Aires and Perth. But they wouldn't fly over the South Pole, but they would be around Antarctica to take advantage of winds. And mainly through a route between Singapore, Buenos Aires, to Singapore through Perth. But yeah, we still have to wait until we get to about a couple decades before we have serious flights over Antarctica. We're basically doing pretty well, guys. Doing quite well. So, if you guys want to know about me and my channel, I've been streaming since 2021. I stream Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays here on Twitch. So, I got my Discord here if you guys want to join along on my Discord. So we have around, let's see how much, 22%. We can go a little further. In terms of other streams, later today on Colonel Fork 85's channel, let me give him a shout out. Check out Colonel Fork 85. He's going to be coming out later today. He's going to have his F4F Wildcat stream on 1900 Zulu time. He'll be doing an F4F stream across the Solomon Islands and Vanuatu. He'll be doing it for a gift. He'll be giving away 3 Got Friends F4F Wildcats. It'll be free $50 gift cards to Got Friends website for any of the planes. But there is expectation of you getting the F4F Wildcat, so which is one of the best warbirds in the sim. Definitely one of my favorites. Left the F4F. So if you're interested in checking that out, check out his stream later today on the link. And you have a shot at getting an F4F Wildcat. But yeah, this has been a great time, guys. Really been enjoying this crossing the Atlantic. I mean, after this, we don't have very many more legs left to go. After we do the 3 legs across the Atlantic, we only have to do... Let's see how many more legs. 1, 2... 3, 4... 5, 6... 7, and 8. We only get 8 more legs after we cross the Atlantic, which is pretty crazy. But yeah, I'm very, very excited to... But yeah, I am very, very excited to finish off this series. I'm gonna get it done by the end of this year, which would be amazing. But man, it has been an absolutely insane journey in a DC-3 around the world. I mean, it's a massive accomplishment for the community and the channel. But I mean, it is an absolutely massive accomplishment for the channel. Doing an around the world trip, like I said, that is not an easy thing to do. Going around the world is definitely not easy for any flight planner. But to do it in such an old 77-year-old DC-3 would be a huge accomplishment for the channel. This is the first time I've ever completed an around the world journey on my own. I know there have been amazing people that have been doing other around the world trips that you should guys check out. Of course, I'm talking about the lovely Allison Johnson. Guys, if you haven't checked out Allison's channel, a great friend of the community. She's been my biggest inspiration to be a flight stream content creator and streamer. She's been the biggest inspiration for that sort of stuff. She makes some amazing content on her channel. She's done multiple around the world trips on her channel, including doing the Amelia Earhart around the world trip twice. With the second time with the help of none other than Captain Arash, as she took the Lockheed Electra with Celestial Navigation, she recreated the entirety of Amelia Earhart's around the world trip to its details. She's also currently done other adventures like the Amy Johnson series about Amy Johnson and Lady Mary Heath. And currently, right now, she's currently working on the Gary Mock around the world trip. And just yesterday, she just completed the longest leg of the around the world trip from Honolulu to Oakland. And it took her 17 hours. Like, I mean, our DC-3 thing, like, the longest flight I've done with the DC-3 so far is actually going to be 8 hours with our around the world trip. I know we had many more stops, but I never had a flight as long as what Allison did. And man, She absolutely did an amazing job on that stream. Incredible stuff for Allison. I mean, after that, the rest of the journey doesn't seem too bad. 5-hour flight from Oakland to Tucson, an hour at that hour 38 between Tucson and El Paso, 6 hours between El Paso and Bowling Green, Kentucky, and finally, just an hour and 39 to Columbus. She did it in 29 days. Pretty amazing. Yeah, 15 hours. It's crazy. Allison, amazing individual. She's a very kind, very loving individual. Yeah. Just want to give her a shout out. She's been more deserving of a shout out. She's put so much hard work in all her streams. And the dedication she takes, I mean, it's just amazing. Yeah, I got some stuff to work on after streams. So I got some flights to do. I wonder if I can find Allison's flight. I know Murph was on earlier this morning. He was actually on earlier this morning in the TBM 850 with Black Square. That plane looks really nice. If all you guys like your turboprop planes like your TBM 930 and want something more analog, that's definitely going to be a great buy for you guys. Oh, it's 15.23, nearly 15 and a half hours, which is insane, from Honolulu. 2,100 miles, dude. Like 2,100 nautical miles. Absolute insanity. 15 hours. In contrast to a airliner flight, a modern flight time from Honolulu over to Oakland. For example, from Hawaiian Air, they did fly from Oakland to Honolulu. But yeah, I'm looking for flights from Oakland to Honolulu. It took around 5 hours in a modern airliner to go from Honolulu which is pretty crazy. Which actually for Honolulu to Oakland's about 5 hours. Sometimes 4.5 to 5 hours, which is, I mean, that's pretty crazy to think about, but it is what it is. Which you're halfway there, or just a tiny bit over halfway. About half range of a Cessna. Yeah, you're halfway away, just barely over half. Well, I'm actually not too far away from the rest of Greenland. I'm actually just past halfway. 675. The half of 675 is 337. We're just past over halfway there. I think this might be the time we switch out the DC-3 tanks. Yeah, I think it's time we switch the tanks. Let's go ahead and switch our tanks. No. Oh, that would have been really bad. That would have gone from really bad. Oh, that would have been really bad. Yeah, those switches messed me up sometimes. Yeah. Thankfully, I got the DC-3 back in order. Yeah, that's why I gotta be a little careful about that. Yeah, this has been a really nice flight so far, guys. Thank you everyone for being here. As we cross the Atlantic again, I mean, this has been a nice trip. I mean, I'm very, very excited for the DC-3. So very, very important stuff. I mean, it's hard to believe that we're just getting through the rest of this journey. It's just great being here with you guys again. I mean, this has been an absolute blast of a journey. I mean, I'm proud to be part of this journey with you guys. Here in the chat, the lurkers, people flying along. I mean, this has been an absolute incredible journey. Stream. I was asleep. Yeah, I was asleep too when he did that. But man, it's been a great time here. If you guys are liking the stream and enjoying the chill atmosphere, why don't you smash that follow button, support the channel and my content as well here on Twitch. I also have a Discord as well. Check out my Discord link if you guys are interested in joining along and keep track of my latest streams and content here on Twitch. But yeah, we're just 232 nautical miles away, which is we're just about less than 1.5 hours left to go. So, let's talk a little bit about the culture of Greenland for a bit. Greenland's definitely got a pretty unique culture and heritage. It's mainly based off the traditional Inuit and Scandinavian culture. The Inuit or Kalaallit culture is very strong artistically tradition, has been around for 1,000 years. They're mainly well known for their art form and figures, known as the Tubalak, or spirit object, and traditional art making practices thrive in many of the tribes. And mainly it's the ivory coming from the sperm whale that's valued for its carving. So, as a result, the traditional heritage is very, very important. So in terms of music, Greenland's music has a small but a successful, a bit small music culture. Some popular Greenland bands and artists include Sume, which is classic rock, Chili Friday, that was formed in 2000, Nanook, which is rock. Nuke Posse, which is hip hop, and Rasmus Lieber, which is folk music. They all perform, and they mainly perform. And Rasmus Lieber performed for the Danish national final in Eurovision. And performed Greenlandic. The songwriter Simon Lynch is the first music artist from Greenland to have an album released in the UK and perform at UK's Glastonbury Festival. The music culture also includes the traditional Inuit music, mainly around singing and drums, and the traditional Greenlandic instrument is the drum itself, performing many traditional drum dances. And for this purpose, a round drum, or kilad, is formed to make a frame of driftwood or walrus ribs covered with a polar bear bladder, polar bear stomach, or walrus stomach was used as a result. And then in terms of sports, in Greenland does have some sporting culture. Not very, obviously it's a small place, but sport is still very important in Greenland culture, and the population is quite active. Popular sports include association football or soccer, track and field, handball, and skiing. The national sport is actually handball, which is its national sport. In the men's national teams among the top 20 in the world in handball. Greenland also has excellent conditions for skiing, fishing, snowboarding, ice climbing, and rock climbing, though preferred by the general public be mountain climbing and hiking. And you wouldn't believe this, despite how cold it is in Greenland, you can actually find a golf course in the capital. There's actually a golf course in there, as weird as it sounds. Yes, as weird as it sounds, it is as crazy as you think it is. But handball basically is technically known as the national sport of Greenland, which is handball, is the national sport. Basically, it's two teams of 7 players passing the ball using their hands and throw it to the opposite team. Their match consists of 2 periods of 30 minutes, and the team that scores the most goals win. But yeah, handball has actually been around since ancient Greece, but it really grew during Germany, during the Northern European countries. In terms of cuisine, Greenlandic cuisine is traditionally based on meat from marine mammals, birds, fish. It contains high levels of protein. Since the colonization and arrival of international trade, it's increasingly been influenced by Danish, British, American, and Canadian cuisine. The national dish of Greenland is suasat, which is traditional Greenlandic soup. And basically, the soup itself, suasat, is made often from seal or from whale, reindeer, seabirds, as well as contain onions, potatoes, and seasoned with salt, pepper, or bay leaf. Of course, other foods, there's obviously seafood, like mussels, shrimp, capelin, Atlantic halibut, and lumpfish are from the west coast. In the east coast is like Greenland cod, shortened scuplin. But they're usually eaten as a last resort. Arctic char is fish off the east coast. And of course, apparently the Greenland shark could be eaten as Carl, but they had to ferment the meat because it's quite poisonous. As well as they also eat blueberries, crowberries, or harvested those, and of course, coffee is also popular around here too. Not popular for their cuisine. And then in terms of fine arts, in Greenland, the Inuit tribes have their own arts and crafts tradition. carving two black sculpture figures in their traditions. This Kusat word means soul or spirit of a deceased person, and today describes an artistic figure no more than 8 inches tall, carved mainly from walrus ivory with a variety of unusual shapes. Sculpture actually represents a mythical or spiritual being. Usually it's being a collector's item due to its grotesque appearance. Modern artisans still use indigenous materials such as muskox and sheep wool, seal fur, shells, substone, reindeer antlers, or gemstones. Now, Greenland's painting began with Aron van Hengelijk, who described old Greenland sagas and myths in his drawings during the 19th century. In the 20th century, landscape animal painting development, as well as printmaking, and mainly thought for their landscape painting that many of their artists are known abroad, and there's even a museum of fine arts in the capital of Nuuk. So that is about it for and that is about Greenland's culture. So yeah, that's about that then. So guys, I mean, that is for most of the notes. The only other notes we got is the fun facts and sights of Greenland, Narsarsuaq, and the airport, and that's about it. But yeah, the next leg is going to be a bit of a night flight. It'll be more of an afternoon flight next week. But I mean, this has been an absolutely fantastic stream, guys. Massive thank you for everything. Hey, we actually have a raid from Kaharia, my dear. Good to see you, my dear. I hope you're doing well. Welcome on in, Kaharia and Kaharia viewers. This is Viper Strike 95, and we're part of our DC-3 journey around the world. We're making our way over to Narsarsuaq, Greenland. The first of the 3 Atlantic crossing legs of our journey. So yeah, this is leg 55 of our trip. Yes, I can't believe we're already at leg 55 of our journey. Pretty crazy to think about that we're getting that done, but great to see you, Kahari. Here's a shout out to her channel. Kahari is a wonderful, wonderful content creator. She's currently doing the Spitfire Around the World streams on her channel. I think today you were flying the F4F Wildcat, a fantastic choice of a warbird. If I say so myself, an amazing warbird. But I hope you had a fantastic stream, Kaharia. So we're back in the DC-3 once again, as we make our way across the North Atlantic. Mainly through the Labrador Sea. Right? Yeah, the whack. Tell me about it. I'm on leg 22. Yeah, time flies, I know. But here's the thing, Kari, I don't have very many other legs left to go. I mean, after this, I got only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. After today, I'll be doing 10 more legs. That's it, 10 more Sundays. So that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think it'd be 6 or 7 more Sundays. That's it. Then now, after this, is what else am I gonna have to plan for the journeys? Then what would be next? Because I've done my first around the world trip. Maybe just do some general flights. I guess maybe the last Sunday would be the final one. Maybe a DC-3 trip from Geneva, from Sion, and make our way to Turkey. Because I think that would be what it is, to Eskişehir, where I'm gonna drop it off for the last time. Drop it off in Turkey, where the plane's currently stored at. So that'll probably be my plan. But I got some big things coming for that. Yeah, the 190 countries thing. Yeah, the Wildcat's so easy to fly compared to Spitfire. This is a way easier plane to fly. The Wildcat, you don't even need autopilot with that thing. That thing is smooth and easy to fly. Yeah, it doesn't have as much personality as a Spitfire, but man, does that Wildcat fly nice. She sure does. We got some pretty nice flying to come up for next week, as well. Pretty crazy. We're just under 200 nautical miles. ETA 1 hour, so we got 1 hour left to go. So yeah, 31st of October, Greenland. Weehee, yep. If not, yeah, World FB15. That should definitely be pretty exciting. But yeah, Greenland's gonna come out as well as the rest of the North Atlantic. But yep, the Nordics regions got updated again. This time, they're doing even further. So that's why I said for the second time, Northern Europe's got updated again. Yeah, 80 points of interest. Yeah, there's more than one airports to add. Correct. Yeah, Greenland is actually. Here's the thing, though. Greenland's a beautiful country, Kaharia. If you ever seen any images and stuff of Greenland, Greenland is actually a very beautiful place, and so I really liked it. Like, yeah, it can be cold, but I mean, during the warmer months, like, it would actually be beautiful to visit. I mean, you have fjords, you got glaciers, fjords. Um, it just feels like it's still untouched by a lot of modern tourism, so that's definitely a place I like to come visit once, at least once in my lifetime. I Yeah, that's sad though. I would love to see. It is sad. I would like to see Greenland have at least one airport. I would think. I would think either Narsarsuaq or or Newkit Handcraft Airport, which would be kind of nice. In fact, speaking of Greenland, that actually gave me an idea. Maybe I do the ATR 42 in Greenland. We travel through Narsarsuaq and we make our way to some of the Greenlandic airports. That would be a really neat flight. Check out Greenland from a high altitude. Cool. I mean, you got some. I mean, it's pretty scenic even in the coast. So definitely a place worth checking out for sure. Yeah, for the most northernmost landings, you need something small. Yeah, the ATR 42 would work, or the Twin Otter, or I could use the DHC-6 Twin Otter as well. Twin Otter could also work, um, as well for some of the land troops. The Twin Otter could work. Like, the Twin Otter works, the ATR works. I mean, Air Greenland does feed Air Greenland's fleet. Yeah, Air Greenland's fleet, they're mainly Dash 8s. So the ETR 72-400 could work because the Dash 8200 is pretty similar size. Dash 8200, for example, carries around 40. So ATR 72 could work for Greenland. Yeah. Yeah, about Greenland, Greenland's national airline is Greenland Air or Air Greenland, which is the flag carrier Greenland. Opened back in 1916 as Grönlands Fly, but it didn't commence operations until 2002. It currently operates a fleet of 28 planes, including 2 airliners used for transatlantic charter flights, 8 fixed-wing aircraft for domestic, and 18 helicopters to feed into smaller communities in remote settlements. Besides running scheduled services and government contracted flights, it also supports remote research stations, charter services for tourists in Greenland's energy and mineral resource industries, and medevac. There are 7 subsidiaries, including an airline, hotels, tour operators, and a travel agency as well. So the airline's been around since the 60s and all that, but they've had an interesting history. Their fleet. So their fixed-wing fleet includes an Airbus A330-800. Then they also have a Beechcraft B200 King Air, mainly as an ambulance plane. They're going to order one more of those, and 7 DHC-8 200s. And then they actually also have a helicopter fleet. Most of the aircraft is actually helicopters, including 2 Airbus H225s. They're going to order 2 in service for search and rescue purposes, 8 Bell 2112s for domestic charter, and 9 Eurocopter AS350s, which is for domestic charter services. So more of their fleet is actually choppers than it is the fixed wing stuff, which makes sense. There is not a lot of places in Greenland you can land a big plane. So you don't have all that luxury. Oh, you got a link. You got a link? Yes. Yeah, Whisper. I can't send one. But they've actually historically operated a surprisingly wide variety of planes and helicopters. So, for example, some of their historical fleet includes the Ayolet-3 Aerospatiale, Ayolet-3, an Airbus A330-200, a Bell 206 Jet Ranger, a 757-200, a Cessna 172, of course, the Twin Otters, the DHC-6, and the Dash 7. They've operated those two. A DC-3, DC-4, DC-6 family planes, a PBY Catalina, a Piper P-18 Super Cop, and several Sikorsky helicopter models as well. So, yeah. Yeah, that is, but that is a bit about Air Greenland. So just a little bit. And some of their destinations include all 13 airports in Greenland, plus transatlantic flights to Keflavik Airport, Reykjavik Keflavik Airport, Iceland, and Copenhagen in Denmark, or known as Kastrup. They also perform charter flights within Europe and many European travel agencies. They do that. Yeah, they used to operate the Dash 7, so I think if the Dash 7 comes out pretty soon, I'm hoping the Dash 7 comes out soon because I really, really want to take that out. Maybe do some flying around Greenland and that. Pretty cool. So yeah, I'm looking at jets.com, so they actually had several of their former planes. Yeah, they used to have a 757-200. Air Greenland. Their ICAO for the airport is Golf Romeo Lima, and their call sign is Greenland. Well, so yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, that's senior. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I see it now. Yeah, there's a decent freeware with it. Yeah, someone made a freeware. It actually looks pretty decent. Decent looking freeware. No worries, Kaharia. Gotta stretch out your legs. No worries, my dear. Thank you again so much for the raid, as always, my dear. I hope to see you again soon. Here's one final shout out before you get going. Yeah, I don't blame you. Greenland's airports. Yeah, we don't really have much far left to go. But yeah, we'll be back on Wednesday for some ATR flying across Newfoundland. We'll be checking out Newfoundland on Wednesdays. This should be definitely a very fun flight. On Wednesday, we'll be going from Deer Lake all the way to Gander, and then from Gander over to St. John's. Should be some nice ATR flying across Newfoundland. So. So we're But yeah, we're doing really well, guys, as well. So let's go ahead and talk about some Greenland fun facts. Go ahead and talk about some fun facts and some sites of Greenland that we're checking out. So in Greenland, we have several unique fun facts. First, Greenland is home to the largest national park on the planet, established back in 1974. Northeast Greenland National Park is a sanctuary for Arctic wildlife. A special permission must be obtained from the government to even access it. And it's the world's largest national park. It is absolutely huge. Wow. And you want to know how big the national park is? The national park itself is around 972,000 square kilometers, or 375,000 square miles, which is the world's largest national park and the 10th largest protected area in the world. The only ones being larger are the Mare Monona in the Cook Islands, the Ross Sea, the Marine National Monument, the Coral Sea in New Caledonia, and more. But it's a pretty big national park. Yeah, pretty massive. So another fun fact about Greenland is some of Greenland's international airports were once World War II air bases. In both Narsarsuaq and Narsarsuaq airports were originally built for the United States during the war effort. Though after the war, they became remain part of Greenland's government. But yes, you can still see the heritage of the U.S. into there as well. Narsarsuaq, in particular, is the main international gateway for flights across Greenland. The next fact, in the last one of the three, is that Greenland's home to the toughest ski race in the world, known as the Arctic Cross Circle Race, which is a 3-day, 160-kilometer test of fitness, stamina, and grit for cross-country skiers. And it is widely regarded as the toughest ski race in the world, where competitors have to cope with camping and cooking for themselves for 2 nights, often temperatures below 20 degrees Celsius. It is very cold. But it's an absolute brutal event, especially Greenland's really brutal with the weather, so this race really tests the survival skills of the people going along with all that. And finally, here's some sights and stuff to check out while in the country. There's the Ilulissat Ice Fjord, which is prepared for stunning vistas and most majestic, mainly at Disco Bay, known for its historical significance as it's where Eric the Red settled back in 985. The next one is at Nuuk in the Greenland National Museum. Nuuk is the capital of Greenland and has a population of around 16,000 people. It has popular visitors for the Greenland National Museum, containing hunting equipment, kayaks, carving, and Viking finds, paint a vivid picture of the earliest times during Greenland's founding. And there are various Viking ruins all across the region, including the Halsey Fjord Church and Brattahlid, which are among some of the old Viking ruins that the Old Norse settlements used to take their place. So yeah, that's it, guys. That is the findings and all that about Greenland. Yeah, you could definitely tell Greenland's a place of rich and very unexplored area of the world. Oh yeah, speaking about NFL games, the Jaguars got another win for the Jaguars in London. So yeah, that's a pretty big thing. Yeah, we don't really have much far left to go. Just 124 nautical miles. And I think we could see. Oh, look at this, guys. What do we see in the distance? Yep, you got it. The Greenlandic coast is in front of us. We see land right in front of us. Heave ho to Greenland. Yeah, it has been pretty amazing, guys. Man, we're already in free. It turns out this actually went smoother than I was expecting it to be. I mean, the next one is going to be pretty much probably around the same time we fly as the last one. But it's going to be just a little bit longer at 692 nautical miles, which is going to be a little bit longer. Which is going to just be a little bit longer at 692 nautical miles, and we will have to climb a bit to clear over the ice cap. We'll have to climb up to pretty high altitudes. So yeah, we're getting pretty close for our journey. So yeah, we got quite a bit going on. Yeah. So we'll reach land by around 70 nautical miles. We'll be reaching land to Greenland. So since we're about 100 nautical miles away, let's go ahead and do some lane predictions for this trip. Type in the negative number. And get ready for our first lane prediction of the day. So it turns out about the Danish Kingdom of Denmark. Denmark also has other territories that are part of modern Denmark. In addition to Greenland, Denmark's other realms also include the Faroe Islands. And that's the other territories, the Faroe Islands, and that's located off the coast of. It's just north of Scotland, and it's not far from Shetland, the Shetland Islands, west of the Shetlands, north of mainland Scotland. So So yeah, we don't really have much further to go, guys. I mean, this has been a really nice flight. We've been going across the Atlantic. The first of 3 legs. I mean, would you rather want me to do like Allison Johnson and do this for 20 hours? I don't think any of you guys would want. We'll get there very, very shortly. Yep, we can see the Greenlandic coast. This should definitely be some. Yeah. But yeah, we can now see Greenland's coast. I mean, that's a beautiful coastline if I see one right here. Okay, so far, I'm looking at the NFL standings. So far, let's see. The Rams are beating the Colts 14-0. God darn it. Rams are beating the Colts 14-0 in the first quarter. Lamar Jackson's beating the Browns so far in the first quarter 7-0. The Panthers just put up a 2-score lead against the Vikings in the second quarter. The Bills and Dolphins are put up points. And then the Broncos and the Bears, the two of the worst teams in the league, are tied. So. So yeah, I can't wait to show you guys the journey, man. I mean, pretty quick. So yeah, let's go ahead and get ready to talk about about Narsarsuaq. So let's go ahead and talk about it. Well, Narsarsuaq is actually one of the many settlements across Iceland. So it's one of the many little settlements. But Narsarsuaq has currently have a population of 123 people. However, there's a thriving tourist industry in and around the area, which includes wildlife, gemstones, toured glaciers, and even an airfield museum. Narsarsuaq was actually located within the eastern settlement of the Greenlandic Norse, established in 985 on the opposite bank of the Turmeric Fjord. However, the United States actually took over and built this area around an air base called Blue West 1. And thousands of planes used Blue West 1 as a stepping stone for their airplane factories from North America into the European theater. A 600-bed hospital was actually built on the settlement, deal with casualties from the Normandy landings. After the war, it continued to be developed, and a major hospital site for the Korean War was built. However, it was rendered surplus by the advent of mid-air refueling and the larger Thule Air Base in northern Greenland, so it stopped construction in 1951 and it was handed back to the Danes in 1958. And it was reopened by the Danish government the following year after the loss of the vessel Hans Hedtoft. And of course, the population, the highest in the modern day, is like 195. Narsarsuaq has a subarctic climate, which means it's not a polar climate, but barely. Despite its chilly temperatures, it's one of the few areas in Greenland with abundantly naturally grown trees due to its geographic position being sheltered from the winds, of the polar winds, and heavy oceanic influence. And due to fair conditions, the settlement is the only botanical garden in the country. It's Greenlandic Arboretum, and it encompasses 15 hectares and shelters 110 plant species, mainly taiga trees like the Siberian larch, lodgepole pine, white spruce, Sitka spruce, and various bushes. And there's over 50,000 trees within its provenance across the island. And finally, Narsarsuaq Airport, Bravo Golf, Bravo Whiskey. It is one of two airports capable of serving large airliners. The other one being Narsarsuaq. It's the only international airport in the southern region of Greenland. It serves as small, with the airport functioning as a transfer point between helicopter hubs in Qaqortoq and Nanortalik. However, it's actually going to be closed in just 2 years. In 2025, when they built Qaqortoq Airport, is going to be open. But it was used in World War II as Blue West 1 and hosted many squadrons of B-25 bombers and People-like Catalinas to escort Allied convoys and destroy German submarines. During that time, more than 10,000 planes ferried through the air base. Then, after the war, civilian air traffic began with the DC-3 propellers by Scandinavian Air Service and Iceland Air, and then it was given to the Danes in 1951. And after U.S. Air Force left Blue West 1 in 1958, the airbase is closed. And then during the 60s, 70s, Greenland Air and SAS both served the airport with DC-6 propellers, while Iceland Air operated the Boeing 727 jets. And during the 80s, the DC-8 was operated by Scandinavian Air Service. However, since then, it's mainly been operated by the Greenland Airport Association and mainly carried out with AS-350 Eurocopters, though it declined in the 2000s, mainly with the sale of their Boeing 757-200 that served the Narsarsuaq Copenhagen route. Though they still had some flights across southern Greenland, its future is definitely not looking good because of Qaqortoq's new airport. And they're going to turn this into a heliport. So yeah, that's a bit about, and that's the last of the slides for today's stream. So that's the last of today's slides. So guys, we finally made our way over to Greenland. mean, we did it, guys. We're in Greenland. Pretty crazy stuff, guys. We're already meeting. So yeah, guys, I hope you guys enjoyed today's streams, today's flight. I hope you guys enjoyed it. This was been an absolutely fantastic flight here, as we made our way over to beautiful, beautiful Iceland, not Iceland, Greenland. Yeah, we're about to arrive to here pretty shortly. This has been a really awesome flight. I mean, Greenland is definitely a place I really, really like checking out. So we also have a couple of bit of flights going on. I know later today the Shadow Display team, I think pretty soon, in 1800 Zulu, which is going to be in less than 20 minutes, we have the Shadow Display team flying across the south of England. So they'll be doing a flight across southern England. So pretty cool. So, man, this is pretty cool. Yeah, we finally made it to Greenland. I mean, this is prettiness. I know the satellite data isn't the greatest, but this area in real life would be absolutely stunning. Welcome to Greenland, everyone. But man, this is absolutely breathtaking here. This is just stunning. Absolutely breathtaking scene. This has been an amazing flight, guys. Massive thank you for everyone here on this journey. We only got 30 miles left to go. But man, this has been. Yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed this flight as much as I did. This has been an absolutely incredible stream. Like I said, we'll be back on. We'll be we'll be back on Wednesday. I hope to see you guys soon. As always, we're about to make world land at runway 06. Just what an incredible stop. Yeah, what an incredible time, guys. If you guys haven't done your land predictions, exclamation point predict, type in a negative number. We're about to make our final landing of the day. Our first land and final landing of the day here at Narsarsuaq, Greenland. The first of the 3 Atlantic crossing legs. So next Sunday will be from Narsarsuaq to Reykjavik. It will be the longest of the 3 transatlantic crossing of the Atlantic crossing legs. So definitely should be an interesting one. This one's just about 22. It's about I believe it is around. It's 17 miles longer than the one we did last time. But that one should be a really fun flight as well. Thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate it. Actually, I think I know what to do. I'm gonna go ahead and change the heading a bit to, yeah, change the heading because I'm gonna go around this fjord area and just do a scenic approach. Hmm. But man, this is absolutely breathtaking. Man, this is just incredible. Look at the sights of this. This is amazing, guys. The fjords. And I mean, Greenland is just really nice. I'm gonna turn off the autopilot, and let's see if I can steer this the rest of the way through. Yeah, this has been an awesome stream, guys. I mean, what a stunning lesson. I mean, see, guys, this is well worth the crossing of the Atlantic to beautiful Greenland. Absolutely very much underappreciated place of the world. I get it. The satellite data in Greenland isn't the greatest. Into the fjords. Yeah, absolutely incredible. This world trip really showed me a lot of beautiful places. And look at the state of that. So, just 14. There's our airport. There's our final stop of the day. So this here is our airport. This is our final stop for today here in Greenland. Absolutely beautiful fjord. Here it is, guys. Last lane of the day. And I mean, this was an absolutely fantastic. The ending was absolutely worth it. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful land, guys. Perfect. What a perfect way to end this in the stream. Go ahead and park. We could wrap up the stream. Oh, well, guys, I think that just finally wraps up today's stream, guys. I mean, what an absolutely fantastic stream, everyone. We finally done the first of our Atlantic Crossing legs. We have finally made our way over to Greenland at Narsarsuaq. We've finally done leg 55 of our journey has finally been complete. So guys, thank you all so much for joining along in with the raids and the people in chat. Thank you guys so much. So for today, we're gonna go raid a good friend of mine, Dryzen. He's doing his stream, so we're gonna raid Dryzen today, a good friend of mine. So guys, thank you so much for coming to my stream. Um, I do appreciate the steak salad. Do appreciate your kind comments. Well, guys, we'll be back on Wednesday. We'll be at Deer Lake Regional for some ATR flying across Newfoundland. So I hope to see you there at 1600 Zulu. And take care, everyone, and have a great rest of your weekend. Bye.